You can start.
Yes, sir.
Is the screen visible, everyone?
Yes, sir. Sir, by any chance, can you share your worksheet with us?
Yeah, I will do that.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Put the link in the chat box. Just check whether you're able to access it. Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Huh.
So unable
Can
to,
you?
I could not open this Excel sheet. I'm just trying.
Okay, fine. Or what I'll do is, I'll you can just type your mail address. I'll send it by mail.
Uh, yes,
Amar,
sir.
I'm doing
I'm
right
trying
now.
to.
Okay.
Amar, I'm doing right
Yeah.
now. Don't worry. So I will help all the people to share the. I will send it across over email. Don't worry.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So last time we had seen some basic range statements, right? Then we saw how to do a small program called as data and trace. And then we saw the main kinds of three types of loops: do while for I equal to 1 to some value, and for each cell in selection, right? Now today we'll be starting with Like you have range selection statements, you also have something called as sheet selection statements. Likewise, we'll be doing a lookup using macros, as well as how to consolidate data from multiple sheets, then something called as error handling, and then cross application macros. Right? How do you go to the Visual Basic Editor? What is the shortcut?
F11.
Alt F11.
Alt
Alt
F11.
F11.
Yeah, Alt F11. Open the Visual Basic Editor. Open a new module. You can rename the module as sheet selection. And the subroutine name will be sheet selection statements. Okay. Now, all the sheets are displayed in a sequence, right? The first sheet that is in this workbook is topics. The second sheet is EMP info. Then you have filters, then subtotal macro steps. So if I want to select the sheet, one method is I can use something called as a index number. So if I say sheets 1.select, it is going to select the first sheet that is in the sequence. If I say sheets 2.select, it is going to select the second sheet. So one method to select the sheet is by giving the index number, or we can also use the name of the sheet. If I want to select the sheet called as filters, I can write sheets filters.select. Okay. So first we'll select the sheets by using the index number. So you just write sheets in bracket 1.select. This will select the first sheet that is in the sequence. If I want to select the sheets using the name, you write sheets. The name should be in double quotes. Filters.select. So this will select a sheet by the name. Suppose I want to add a sheet. It is simply sheets.add. Like when we select a cell, that cell becomes the active cell. Likewise, when you insert a sheet, that sheet becomes the active sheet. Suppose I want to rename the sheet. I can write active sheet dot name equals whatever name you want to give. Whenever you insert any sheet, that becomes the active sheet. And if you want to rename the active sheet, you just write active sheet dot name equal to whatever name you want to give. Likewise, if I want to delete it, I'll write active sheet dot delete. If I want to take the count of worksheets in the workbook, there is a property called as sheets.count. I can also store it in a variable. So I can write number of sheets. This is a variable equals sheets.count. So count is a property. Okay. Now if I want to display it, the count of the sheets in a message box, I can write message box, the total number of sheets, is, how do you concatenate in a program? Use the ampersand, then the variable. Okay, I'll run it step by step first. So right now I have selected the sheet called as, let us say, subtotal macro steps. Okay. Now when I run it, we should select the sheet that is first in the sequence. So F8. When I say sheet 1 dot select, you will see that the first sheet, that is topics, has been selected. Again, when I press F8, it is going to select the sheet called as filters. Again F8, it has added a sheet, and the sheet that is added, it will be always before the active sheet. Okay, so you can see one sheet has been added before filters because filters was the active sheet. Then F8 again, it will rename it. Then this is the active sheet, so it will be deleted, and number of sheets is, in my case, it is 10. Okay. You can just write it down. Okay. I'll copy and paste it in the chat also. First, you will run it step by step. Working fine, everyone? Now, I want all of you to write a program which will insert a sheet in the beginning, and that should be named as sheet names. And what that should do is, what that macro should do is, it should type all the names of the sheets one by one. So in my case, it will be topics, then EMP info. So I want all the sheet names one by one. Can you try this? Just display the sheet names one by one in a new sheet. display all the sheet names in a new sheet, one by one. So how will you select the first sheet? Sheets 1 dot select. It is always going to select the first sheet that is in the sequence. Okay. Now I want to add a new sheet. So I can write sheets dot add. So this becomes the active sheet. How will you rename the active sheet? Active sheet dot name equals, and name it as sheet names. Okay. Now I want all the sheet names except the first one, right? So what we can do is we can put it in a loop. We'll say for I equals 2, because I don't want the name of the first sheet, 2 2 2 2 till what? Till the end of the workbook. So how will you get the count? You write sheets dot count. Okay, or you can also save it in a variable and put the variable name here. Whenever you have a next, you should have a whenever you have a for, you should have a next. By default,
Sir,
yeah.
sir, can you please explain for I statement?
See, when you want to repeat the same set of statements for a fixed count, we can use the for I equal to some value, say 1 to 10. Last time we had seen a loop, right? Let me just check where it is. See here, for I equal to 1 to some variable. If I say 100, this will be for I equal to 1 to 100. So the same steps, what I give in this loop will be carried out, say 100 times. Here I want to print the sheet names till the end of the workbook. So how will I get the workbook count of the workbook? I'll say for I equal to 2 to sheets dot count. See, if I put 1 here, this will give me the name of the first sheet. So when I insert a sheet before this, this becomes the first sheet. So I don't want name of this. I want the name from the second sheet onwards. That is why I'm writing here as for sheet I equal to 2 to the total number of sheets. Suppose the total number of sheets is 10, it will be replaced by 10 here. So for I equal to 2 to 10, give me the sheet names. Now, how will you get the sheet name? By default, whenever you insert a sheet, the active cell will be always A1 by default. But to be on the safe side, you can always force it to go to A1. Okay. So I'll say range.
So your voice is breaking, sir.
Okay. Now it is clear.
Yes, sir.
See, by default, whenever you insert a sheet, it will be always, the active cell will be always A1. Okay. But to be on the safe side, you can force the program to go to A1. Okay. Because it might happen that if you delete some data, the active cell might be different. So just make sure that always the cell is in A1. So A1 is my active cell. I want to put the name of the sheet in the active cell. So I will write active cell dot name equals sheets, sorry, active cell dot value. Active cell dot value equal to sheets I dot name. What this will do is it will put the sheet name in the active cell. So what is the active cell now? Range A1. Okay. Now just run it step by step. Just watch on the screen and tell me what is wrong here. F8. It has selected the first sheet. In this case, it is sheet 6. Then it is adding a sheet, naming the sheet as sheet names. Then A1. It has gone to A1. It is already in A1, of course. Then just hold on. There is somebody at the door. Just a minute. So active cell dot value equal to sheets I dot name. So it will put the name of the first sheet here, the second sheet here. Then F8 again. When I say next time, the value of I becomes 3. But see here. So what is wrong here? The sheet names are getting printed in the same cell. But what should happen is it should come on the next row. So how will I make sure that when the next sheet is printed, next sheet name is printed, it is printed on the next row? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how do you go to the next row?
Offset function.
Offset what? 1, 0 or 0, 1?
1, 0.
1, 0. So before I print the next sheet name, I should go to the next row, that is active cell dot offset 1, 0 dot select. Okay. Now I'll run the same thing. I'll delete the sheet first because you can't have two sheets with the same name. Okay. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. Working fine, everyone?
Yes, working.
Okay, fine. Now, I'm going to give you a homework right away. What I want you to do is, I want you to record a macro for hyperlinking. Okay. Hyperlinking all these sheet names to their respective sheets. Okay. For example, if I click on topics, it should go to the sheet called as topics. If I click on filters, it should go to select the sheet called as filters. Okay. Just you need to record a macro for hyperlinking and you need to call it in that particular macro. Where you call it, that depends on your logic. So if you want, I'll show it manually. You need to do the same thing by recording it. So if I want to hyperlink topics to the sheet topics, what I'll do is I'll keep my cell here, then start the recording. Okay, I'll show it manually. You do the recording. So select it, Control K, then click on place in this document, select topics, click on OK. Now when I click on topics, it should take me to the sheet called as topics. The same thing you need to record in a macro. And that macro should be called somewhere here. Okay, that you need to see the logic where it should be called. And what should happen is when you run this particular macro, all the sheet names should be displayed as well as they should be linked to their respective sheets. If you want to call a macro, you just give the statement call and the macro name or the subroutine name. Okay. This is the statement for calling a macro. So if you want to call a macro called as sheet names here, I'll just write call sheet names. Okay. This is for calling a macro. So what you need to do is you need to record a macro for hyperlinking, call that macro in this sheet names program. Okay. This is your homework. Everyone is clear what is to be done? You need to just record a macro for hyperlinking and call that hyperlinked macro in this program that you have written. Okay, where you call it, how you call it depends on your logic. Okay. Now you know that your program is made up of two things. Whenever you write a program, two things are very important. There is something called as syntax and then logic. The syntax means the grammar of a particular language. The syntax for defining a variable in a C language might be different. The syntax for defining a variable in Visual Basic will be different. In Java, in Python, it is going to be different. Okay. So the grammar of a particular language is called as a syntax. If you make any syntax error in the program, you can always get the help on that by Googling it or reading books, asking your colleagues what is the correct syntax for this particular statement. But the logic has to be developed by yourself. You can't read about logic. Of course, you can Google it also, how to do a logic on particular task, but it has to be developed within. So logic means what? Logic means breaking a task into a sequence, into logical steps. Even if your program is syntactically correct, but if the logic is wrong, the program is going to give a wrong result. So always give more importance on the logic of the program. Once the logic is clear, you can directly write any complicated programs also. Logic means, I'll give a small example here. Suppose I want to add two numbers. Now the steps for that will be, before I add two numbers, I need to define three variables. Because I need to get numbers and store it in the first two variables, and those should be added and stored in the third variable. So we need three variables. Then get the first number, get the second number, add the third number, sorry, first and second number, store it in the third variable, then print. So this should be the logic. Now, suppose I write print before I define the variables. If the syntax is correct, the program is not going to give me an error. But what will this do? This will print any junk that is in that particular memory area. Okay, so first we will print the sum. But since we are not adding any values, we are not got the values on the user, it is going to print any junk that is in that memory. Then it will define the variables, get the first number, second number, and then add it. Again, if I run the program, then it is going to print the sum, which is the sum of the previous two values. So that is going to be a wrong logic. So logic should be, you define the variables, get the numbers, add it, then you print it. Okay. So before we write any program, we'll develop the logic for that, and then we'll convert that into programming statements. Now what we'll do is, we'll write a program which will sort of do a lookup on the values. Okay. A sort of VLOOKUP. Fine. So before that, what you do is select the main data. Select only the header. Copy it. Insert a sheet. And paste it. Copy only the header to a new sheet. We'll call this sheet as temp data. Select the main data, copy the header, and paste it in a new sheet. Rename the sheet as temp data. Then select some random employee codes. And paste it in temp data. From the main data, select some random employee codes and paste it in temp data. Now we are going to write a macro which will, for all these employee codes, you should give me the details, all the details like first name, last name up to salary from the main data. So we are sort of doing a VLOOKUP. For all these employees, we are going to get all these details. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll first develop the logic for this and then convert that into programming statements. So the logic will be, first I need to go to temp data, select this range. And once you select the range, you can call each value as a variable. So for each value in this particular range, you should go to main data, search for the employee code in this entire range, because let us say 17, okay, from employee code, that 17 can be anywhere in this particular column. It can be in the first row, it can be in the middle, or it can be in the end. So I need to check for 17 in this entire range. Okay. And if it is found, select the whole row, copy it, and paste it in the same location. It should not happen like it has found it and it is copied in a different location. It should copy it in the paste it in the same location. Okay, so this will be the logic. So once it is coming without any error for the first record, it should be repeated for all the employee codes till the end. Fine. So let us write the logic for that. So first is select the temp data sheet. Okay. Then select the range of employee codes. Then from here, select it. Then for each employee code, go to main data, search for that employee in the employee code column of main data. If found, copy. For the timing, we are copying the entire row. Copy the entire row. In same location of temp data. Then repeat for all employee codes. Okay. Now let us write the program. We'll continue in the same module. I'm giving the name sub VLOOKUP.
And you're not giving VLOOKUP because it's a function. So you may
Correct. It is a
mention it
function name.
WE.
It is a correct. It is a function name. Right.
Okay.
Now, how will you select the temp data sheet?
Select
one dot
seats.
select
dot sheet.
select in
No.
Select
Sheets,
dot. Okay.
sheets, name of the sheet, dot select. Okay. So sheets, in quotes, temp data, dot select. You can also write it along with me. So this will select the sheet called as temp data. Now in temp data, I need to select the range. For the timing, I am hard coding the range. So in my case, the range is from A2 to A8. So range A2 to A8. After this, we'll see how to make it dynamic. For the timing, I'm hard coding the range. Okay, so A2 to 8 is my range. So once you define a range, we can call each value inside that range as a variable. So I will write for each temp cell in selection. Now this temp cell, it is a variable. Okay, I can also write ABC, it won't make any difference. For each temp cell in selection, next temp cell. So which is the first temp cell? The first temp cell is 17. Second temp cell is 54. Third temp cell is 21, like that. Okay. So for each temp cell in selection, what should the program do? It should go to our source. So source is your main data. Main data dot select. In the main data, the employee code 17 can be anywhere in the main data. So I need to check to the entire column. So I'll write the range. I think it is from A2 to A101 dot select. And again, once I selected the range, I can call each value in that as a variable. So I'll write for each main data cell. Okay, even this is a variable in selection. If you want to understand the logic first, then you write it down. Now, how will you match? How will you see whether that you have found it or not? I'll use a if statement. So if temp cell equals main data cell, that means if a match has been found, then what I want to do is I want to copy the entire row. Now see here, if my cell is active cell, if I have selected a cell and that becomes the active cell, and if I want to copy the entire row of that active cell, I can write it active cell dot entire row dot copy. But here I'm calling each cell as main data cell. So what will be the statement for copying the entire row? Main data cell dot entire row dot copy. Okay, always you should replace the active cell with the variable name. I'll comment it so that you can refer it afterwards. So here it will be main data cell dot entire row.copy. So what this will do is, if a match has been found, it will copy. Now it should be copied in temp data. So first I need to go to temp data, make sure this particular cell is selected, then paste it, right? So if a match is found, main data dot cell dot entire row dot copy, then sheets temp data dot select. Then to make sure that I am in the same location, I'll say temp cell dot select. Then for pasting, you write active sheet dot paste. Always it will be active sheet dot paste. Even if you want to paste a single cell, it will be always active sheet. Okay. Now I'll just run it once. If it is working for the first employee code, it should work for the other employee codes also. Okay. F8. Now you should select the sheet called as temp data. Then I am selecting the range from A2 to A8. Then for each temp cell. Now the first temp cell, if I keep a mouse on that, you can see it is showing 17. Okay. F8. It has gone to main data. Selected this entire range again, A2 to A101. Then now here you will notice that the main data cell is also 17. Temp cell is also 17. So a match has been found. So if a match is found, it will enter into the loop of if, then copy it, go to temp data, then paste it. Okay. Now if I directly run it, we'll see I get all the values. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. Run it once. If it is working for the first record without any errors, then you can directly run it. Understand each statement and then you write it.
Hello, Amardeep.
Yeah.
I have one question here. So the
Huh?
temp cell and the main data cell, we are considering that as variable.
Right.
Why aren't we dimming it as long or string or something like that? Do we need to do that to dim it?
Pardon, I didn't get you. Why don't we?
The temp cell and the main data cell, which we are considering here as variable, should we
Huh?
dim it? Like I always get confused between dimming something like
No.
dim.
There is, you can also dim it, but in Visual Basic, if you don't dim it, it will automatically consider as a variant. So variant can store any value. Even if you want to define it, you can also well and good.
Okay, so that
There
is
is no harm
also
in that.
not
Yeah.
compulsory in doing that.
Not compulsory. In Visual Basic, there is no hard and fast rule that you should define a variable. If you don't define a variable, it will be automatically considered as a variant. And a variant variable can store any value. It can store strings, it can store numbers, it can store date, it can store logical values, anything can be done. Anything can be stored.
It's always used to get confused on this part only. Great, great. Thanks a lot.
Huh. Huh.
Hi, sir. So it's working. But I see in main data, suppose last row was last employee code, what I have given is was 30, right? And I see that 30 is, basically selected in main data. So I think we need to do something for deselecting.
If you want to remove that, see what
Selection.
happens is, suppose you copy it, correct. Suppose I copy it.
So now you go to main data, probably the number 2 should be selected one.
Correct. So when you select it, when you copy it, what happens is you get dotted lines, right? Correct. So if I want to remove the dotted lines, by default, what I do is manually, I press the escape, right? The same thing, if you want to do it in a program, what you can do is you can write here application dot cut copy mode. Okay, cut copy mode equals false. So this is like you are pressing escape. It is to remove that selection, that dotted line selection. If you want to remove it, you can write this particular statement.
Cut copy mode.
Yeah, to and after you have copied all the data, now this will be in the temp cell. If you want to come back to the main data, you just write sheets main data dot select. So before you do this, you need to go to sheets because I think you will be still in temp data. So you need to select main data dot select and then you give application cut copy mode equal to false.
And just one more thing, like similar to this, like you have shown like this is picking up the entire row of particular that values, right? But suppose if I am in main data, right, and I have picked up column wise, say 3, 4, like employee code, region, branch, right, and salary, and we have similar set of columns there as well, right? And we need to pull data only for those columns.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to give this as an assignment for you.
Okay, fine.
So, okay, this is done, working fine. This is working fine for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do is, I want you to make the changes so that I don't get all the values. I want only the full name, then department, and then salary. Okay. So here in temp data, I want the full name. And then I don't want the last name. I want the department. So for all these employee codes, get only the full name, departments, and salary. Can you try this? What you can do is you can create a copy of this. Control C. Just paste it below. Just make sure that you give a different name for this. Say we look up for specific values or specific data. And make changes here so that you get only the full name. Full name means it should be a joining of the first name and the last name. Okay, so full name, department, and salary, nothing else. If you want, I will give you the logic. If these cells are called as temp cells, what will be full name? If these are active cells, then full name is going to be active cell 0, 1. Offset active cell dot offset 0, 1. Department will be active cell offset 0, 2. So if I'm calling this cell as temp cell, full name will be temp cell dot offset 0, 1. Department will be temp cell offset 0, 2. Salary will be offset 3. Likewise, if you are calling these cells as main data, then first name will be main data cell dot offset 0, 1. Department will be 0, 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3, and salary will be 7. Okay, offset 0, 7. So what you need to do is offset concatenate main data cell dot offset 0, 2. Then you come to temp data, and here you put the values. So in that case, this will not be there. Just to store it into variables and paste the values of those variables in the temp cell data, temp data sheet. Done. Has anyone done it? Rekha, Sujata, Ronit, Saket.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just watch on the screen. First, if you want, you can define the variables, but in Visual Basic, even if you don't define the variables, it will be by default considered as a variant. If you want to define it, you can define it like this. Dim, say emp name as string. Okay. I'm defining only emp name. Now, emp name, if the match has been found, then emp name equals, I want the first name. So first name will be main data cell dot offset 0,1 dot value. And I want to concatenate it. And I want a space between the first name and the last name. So concatenate, you give a space, again concatenate with the last name. So last name is going to be main data. You can also copy paste it, main data cell dot offset 0,2 dot value. So what this will do is, it will concatenate the first name and the last name and store it in a variable called as emp name. Okay. So we got emp name. Now next is I want department. So emp department equal to, I'll just copy and paste it. And we want salary also. Emp salary equals. So department is, I go to main data. This is main data cell. So if this is main data cell, this is 1, 2, 3. So offset 3 is department, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is salary. So main data offset 3 dot value, and this will be 7 dot value. Now we have stored these values temporarily in the variables. Now we need to go to temp data. In this case, I need to put the full name. Full name will be here in B1, then department in C1 and salary in T1. Okay. So I'll write temp cell dot offset 0,1 dot value equals emp name. Likewise, this will be 02. 02 will be emp dpt. This will be okay. Again, I'll run it step by step. If it is working for the first record, it should work for other records also. So F8.
Sir, just one question.
Huh.
In this case, suppose in temp data, the salary is in column D. Suppose salary would have been at the same column number where it was in the main data. Then we would change here, right? Last three code where you written 0,1, 0,2, 0,3.
Correct.
Basically, then we have to give the column number.
Column. Correct.
But suppose there are large number of columns, say around 100 plus, right? And we want to match it with the headings, basically. Suppose employee name is somewhere around, say, 50 number column, right? Then how it will get pick up? We need to give the temp of money. I mean, instead of value, we need to give the kind of column name, something like that.
No, I didn't get you. How we want to match with the employee code name? No, you want to match it with the employee code column?
Yeah, suppose the salary, right? Here it is in column D. If it is in column 7, right? But say it is in column, say something like AN or something like that, right? Then is it, if it is not possible to count the number of column, instead we just want to give the headings, that wherever you see that salary heading, you just paste the value.
So in that case, what you need to do is, you need to go to main data, select this A1 cell and put it in a loop till you find this particular salary. So you can say do while this particular cell is equal to salary, and then you move horizontally.
Okay.
I'll show it.
Yeah.
But here we are doing some assumptions. We are assuming that the data is starting from A1. Okay, some assumption has to be done. So I'll say range A1 dot select. Then I'll say do while active cell dot value is not equal to, say, salary. We can use this logic. So see that first it is going to A1. So the value of A1 is not salary. So this is the signature sign for not equal to. The less than and the greater than sign. So here what it is taking is, you can say the active cell value is employee code. Okay, so if it is employee code is not equal to salary, of course. So it is offsetting by one column. Then again, it is checking whether first name is equal to salary. It is not. So again, it is moving. So it will move till the value of that particular cell, active cell, becomes salary. So the moment it sees a match, it is coming out the loop. Like this, you can search for it. So this is particularly useful if you have many columns, say some 50, 60
Yeah.
columns, then you can use this particular logic.
And then the same code for picking up the values and pasting in the
Correct.
salary column.
Right. I'll copy and paste it if you want. Just check this, everyone. Now see here, when I run this particular program, just watch on the screen. When I run it, you see that the screen is blinking. I'll remove this first. You see the screen is blinking slightly. That blinking is known as screen updating. Suppose you want to remove that blinking, especially when you are moving from one workbook to the other workbook, the screen will always go on blinking. So if you want to prevent that, you can write in the start application dot screen updating. That is called as a screen updating. Screen updating equals false. Now the same thing, I'll run it once again. Now if I run it, you will see no blinking. You can try this yourself, then it'll be more clear. I don't know whether you can see it in the online mode. Just add this to prevent blinking of the sheets.
And it will be just below the subroutine, right? To start off any before any function.
Huh.
And sir, one more question here that someone in my team, he was saying that application screen updating false, and then end you can add it as application screen updating true.
Correct. Because
But I my question then it was that anyhow it's true, right? So if you don't do it true, it will automatically
no. When you're giving the by default it will be true always. But when you run the program, you are making it false. Right. So after that, in other programs also, it will become false. But if you restart the program, then it becomes true again. So the default setting is true. But when you're running it temporarily, then it becomes false. As long as you are in this particular, say, instance, it will be always false. Because you have forced it to become false. So after that, all the consecutive programs will also have screen updating as false. So if you want to make it true again, you need to restart the system. So instead of that, once this particular program is over, there is no use of making it false. So you make it true. Just run it once, everyone.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
I have a question here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. Hello. Yeah, Sujata, we can hear you.
Yeah, the thing is, I lost in the beginning itself. Let me share my screen.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, sure.
unable
Go
to
ahead.
get my code in none of the codes. Did I
Oh.
made any mistake? Where did I went wrong?
Okay, okay.
I'm
You
searching
are,
this for a long time.
wait. No. See here, you have gone to this some particular worksheet, and you must have double click there. When you see private means it is only for that particular sheet. Okay.
Okay.
So what you need to do is open that Visual Basic Editor.
Okay.
Expand that Visual Basic Editor.
Okay.
Now, if you click on this workbook, if you double click on this workbook, you will get this particular statement: private sub worksheet selection change. So you come out of that, go to the module, any module, click on any. Now you go to insert.
Okay.
From here you write the statements.
Okay, so I went to some worksheet and from there
correct. You double click there. Yes.
Okay.
So even that is going to open a code window, but that code window will be private to only that particular sheet. It will not work on other sheets. When you write any program in a module, that module is going to be applicable for any sheet. Okay, not only for that particular sheet, it will be applicable for any other sheet.
Okay, then. So I lost here, and from here I didn't
fine.
follow. Okay. Sorry to test.
No, that is okay. Because the main objective of the program is that all the participants should understand what I am teaching, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise there is no use of doing this program, right? The main objective is that not to cover a lot of topics, but to cover the topic that is easily understandable. Fine. Now have you copied all the programs?
Yes, I have copied in the notepad.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Now what you can do is you can insert a new module and copy all this in that same module. Even that will work.
Okay then. I'll try that. Thank you.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Working fine for this?
Yeah. One
now,
question I have here.
Pardon?
In our code, hello.
Yeah, your voice was breaking.
Yeah, I had a question here.
Huh.
In our code, we are defining employee name.
Right.
Hello.
Yeah, we are defining employee name as a string.
Yes. Right. So instead of that, can I use application worksheet function VLOOKUP?
Yeah, even that will work. You want to see how that is done?
So could you please show us how do I? Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. See here, everyone. Here we are manually checking for the value, right? And if a match is found, then we are pasting it. The alternative method is, you already know that there is a VLOOKUP function in Excel. So we can also call that function into Visual Basic. Okay, for that the statement will be a little bit different. Now you know that VLOOKUP has 4 arguments, right? Now I'll do the same thing using the VLOOKUP function. We are going to call that function into Visual Basic. We'll give the subroutine name as.
Amar, I think we are not able to see your screen.
Okay, sorry. Not is visible?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So first we go to sheets. Data dot select. Now it is also possible to record. So instead of writing it, what we'll do is we'll record this function. We can also do a recording and make changes to that. So what I'll do is just watch on the screen. We want the first name, then the department, and then the salary. Okay. And we are going to do this using a VLOOKUP. So what I'll do is I'll start the recording. We'll name it as call VLOOKUP. Yeah. Then click on OK. First I'll click on V2 of temp data equal to VLOOKUP. Then this is my lookup value. Go to main data. Then comma 2, comma 0. And then double click this. Okay. Then stop the recording. Now we'll look at the code. So one way to learn about Visual Basic is you just record it and see what is the statements that is thrown by it. So you can also call it like this. So this is your lookup value. Okay. So whenever you call your function, you need to write it like this. R means row, C means column. Okay. So when I say RC minus 1, RC minus 1 means this is, I want the name. So this is my cell, that is active cell. So if this is the active cell, then employee code will be -1 in the same row to the left hand side. So that will be -1. If I want department, this is going to be -2 or C -2. So this will be -2 if I want the department, -3 if I want the salary. And in main data, I want, so this is my table array. And then we want the second column from that. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. Using this, I want you to get the department as well as the salary also. So this way you can call any function, Excel function, into Visual Basic.
Amardeep, I have one question here. So as we have selected B2, that's why we are getting RCS -1. If we have selected A column, that would be +1 or what that would be?
Positive one.
RC.
That will be positive one. Yeah. But when you use a VLOOKUP, when you use the VLOOKUP function, you're always going to select the cell, this particular cell, then you do a lookup on this. Right.
Okay.
Even if you do a manual VLOOKUP, we want the name here. So we are going to use VLOOKUP like this, equal to VLOOKUP. Then this will be the lookup value. So you always go to the left hand side. So it will be always minus.
It's worked, but suppose if seat name is a bit different, then do we need to define the seat name where we are pulling the
We need
value?
to correct. We need to define the sheet name also. So first you go to temp data, select the range, then here the sheet name will be different. This is the sheet name. In this sheet, I'm going to select all these cells, and then this is my column index number, and this will be the range lookup.
Yeah, but where we will define this seat name? Suppose I have inserted one, suppose say seat 6, right? And in that seat, basically whatever in temp data in your example, I have everything in seat 6.
So here you write, you
Okay.
need to just write sheets, temp data, dot select.
Okay, so in this case, suppose if I have renamed to my seat as 6, then I will just remove the temp data instead of write as seat 6.
Sheet 6 dot select.
Sir, in that VLOOKUP function, we are calling index number of the lookup value, right?
Right.
If that should be dynamic, we will be doing index match in Excel.
Correct.
If here
No,
if
dynamic means what? No, wait.
Oh.
We are doing index and match. We will do an index and match only if the lookup value. If you want to get the values which is on the left hand side of the lookup value. For example, let us say I have something like this. Okay. Now suppose I have a data like this, where the lookup value is in between, and using a VLOOKUP, I can't get the values which is on the left hand side. Then I need to use index and match. Otherwise, VLOOKUP works fine.
Yeah, even in VLOOKUP also, that match function is the one which is bringing us the column number, right? So if it is the small table, we can bring that column number by counting or by seeing itself. If it is a large table, we need to bring that column number just by indexing the heading of the column. Just by saying the column name, it has to come there. The index number has to become there automatically.
Correct. So in that case, we need to use match function.
So while recording itself, you have to use match and then
match function. Correct.
Okay.
But when you are using a match function, you should make sure that this header name and the header name in your source is same. Suppose I write it as full name here, then it won't work. Here it is full name, and in main data it is first name. It is not going to work.
Okay.
Right. For a match function to work, the header name should be same.
Is there any other way to, even if the thing is mismatch or the table is big, we shouldn't count the column number?
In that case, what you can do is, there is a function called as column function that can be used.
Okay, yeah, that is that. Okay.
Column function can be used. But even in a column function, we are assuming that the table array is from A1, from the A column. Suppose your table array is somewhere here, then if you are going to use the column function, you need to subtract this many columns from that.
Okay. Column number is for the whole worksheet, not for that table.
Not for the table. Column number will be always from the beginning of your first column. Suppose I write equals column. This will be the value 9. So this 9 is coming from A column. A column is the first one, B column is the second one, like that. So if you are going to use a column function, make sure that the table array is always in the start, in the beginning of the sheet.
Okay, then. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So the header name, the first name, it is not the issue for VLOOKUP, only for match function is an issue.
Yeah, correct. It is not an issue for VLOOKUP. See, normally what we do is, suppose you have, even if you're using a manual VLOOKUP, suppose you have a column that is going up to say 50 or 60 columns. Normally what people do is they type 1 here, then equals this plus 1. Okay. And then they just drag it so that you get the column numbers on the top. Sorry. You don't have to use the formulas. Just drag it so that you get all the column number in the top. So this way you can readily find what is the column number. You don't have to count it.
Correct. Yeah.
Now we'll take a short break. After the break, I want you to make changes. I want you to make the changes so that here I am getting only the first name. I want you to get the department as well as salary. Okay. We'll take a break, 15 minutes, and then we'll go for the other topics. The other topics are we have seen a lookup, then data consolidation. Fine with everyone?
Yes, sir.
Save the file. Save the file. We'll take a break. We'll again resume at 12:05. Okay.
Hello, I am back.
Yeah. Hello. Is everyone back?
Yes, sir.
Huh. So if I run this, you can record it and just copy paste it in the earlier program. We can also use a combination of recording and coding. Okay. Now, what I want all of you to do is, I want to do write a program or record a program which will give me department-wise sheets. For example, here, I want to do copy all the admin records in a sheet and rename that sheet as admin. For example, let us say I will filter only the admin records. Then copy this, insert a new sheet and paste it and rename the sheet as admin. Then come back to the main data. Again, apply a filter. Let us say CCD. Copy and paste it. Insert a sheet and rename this as CCD. So what I want you to do is you need to write a program or record a program which will give me department-wise sheets. When I run that macro, it should automatically give me department-wise sheets. Now, if you want, I will give the logic. Don't record for all the departments. Okay, record it only for a single department. Record a macro for filtering the admin records and copying and pasting it in a new sheet. That much you do, then we'll see how that can be put it in a loop. I want all of you to record a macro which will filter the admin records and copy and paste that in a new sheet. Can you do that, everyone? Record a macro for filtering the admin records and then copying and pasting it in a new sheet. So how will you record it? Keep your cell anywhere in the main database. Start macro recording. You can give any name here. I'm giving the name dptwise. I'll give a shortcut also. Say Control Shift W. Then apply a filter, Control Shift L. Click on the department. Filter only the admin records. Then I need to select all these records. So I'll click on A1, Control Shift, down arrow, right arrow. Okay. Click on A1, Control Shift, down arrow, right arrow. Don't drag it with the mouse, because if you drag it with the mouse, it will be hard coded. The range will be hard coded. Okay. So we want it to be dynamic. So click on A1, Control Shift, down arrow, right arrow. Then copy this, Control C. Then Shift F11 and then paste it. Come back to the main data and remove the filters. And then stop the recording. So this is the statement that you should get. Done, everyone? Hello, this is done, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Now see here. Now this is recorded a macro only for a specific department, right? Now we will make changes so that all the department sheets are created. Okay. Before that, come to the main data. Copy this department column in a new sheet. Control C in a new blank sheet. Then go to data, remove duplicates. We want only the unique values of the departments. Get only unique values of the departments. Rename the sheet as DPTS. I'll repeat once again. Go to the main data, copy the department column to a new sheet. Remove the duplicates. Rename the sheet as DPTS. Now, if you look at the code here, you'll get something like this. We are doing an auto filter. That is, when you apply the filter, this particular statement will be generated. Selection.autofilter. Then this is the range in which we are applying the filters A1 to H101, and we are telling it to filter on field number 4. So field number 4 will be what? The department. In main data, department is the 4th column, right? So field number 4, and the criteria is we are telling it to filter only on the admin records. Then I'm going to A1, and when I press Control Shift down arrow right arrow, there is a statement that is getting generated. Selection dot and Excel down, then Excel to right. Once it is selected, I'm copying it, then adding a sheet, then pasting it. Coming back to main data, I'm removing the filters. Okay. Now, every time I run this particular macro, this is going to work only for a specific department. Now we need to make it dynamic. So first what I'll do is I'll go to the sheets that we have created, the unique values of departments. Say sheets department dot select. Okay. Then we need to select this range, that is A2 to A9. So range A2 to A9 dot select. For the time being, I'm selecting only the actual range. Then I'll show you how you can make it dynamic. Once you have selected the range, we can put it in a loop. So I'll say for each, say DPT cell, department cell, that is a variable in selection. It should do what? Now, right now we are in the department sheet, but the filter should be applied on the main data. So for each DPT cell in selection, I need to go to main data. And in main data, just to be on the safe side, I'm making sure that the cell is always in A1. So when it selects the range, it won't give an error. Okay. So I'm going to main data, selecting the cell A1. And then when I say selection.auto filter, it is going to apply a filter. And here, instead of criteria 1 equal to admin, it will be what? The first DPT cell will be admin, second DPT cell will be CCD, third DPT cell will be finance. So I need to replace this admin with the variable name, that is DPT cell. You know you want the value that is inside a variable, you write the variable without quotes. Okay, don't put the quotes in DPT cell. Then I'm going to A1, selecting it, copying it, adding a sheet, pasting it. Once I paste it, I need to rename that sheet as that particular department. So I'll write active sheet dot name equals DPT cell. So what is the variable name? That sheet should be renamed with that. Then I'm coming to main data and removing the filters. So when I have a for, I should have a next DPT cell. Okay, so I'll run it once. If it is working for one department without any error, it should work for other departments also. I'll go to some other sheet, F8. It has selected all the departments. Now each cell in this range is a variable, that is DPT cell. If I keep my mouse on that, it will show you the first DPT cell is admin. Okay. Then it is going to main data, selecting A1, applying a filter. Then all the admin records are selected, filtered. Then it is selecting it, copying it, adding a sheet, pasting it, renaming it as admin, then coming back to main data, then removing the filters, next DPT cell. Again, you will see all the CCD records have been selected, copying it, Now I can directly run this. And you'll see that it has created department wise sheets. Okay. So we can also do a combination of recording and coding also.
Sir, can you just explain the first section where you make it dynamic?
Which one? The selection.
Yeah, selection part basically.
Huh. See, when you press Control Shift L, that is when you apply a filter, this particular statement is generated. Selection.auto filter. We are telling Excel, we are telling Visual Basic that apply a filter on the database. And when I select that admin, this particular statement is generated. In filters, I want the records only of admin. So that is getting hard coded here. Okay, this will be like this. Because I selected admin, it is hard coding that particular value. Then I'm going to A1 cell. When I press Control Shift down arrow, right arrow, there is a statement that is getting generated.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm copying it, adding a sheet, pasting it, and I'm renaming it as admin. Fine. This much is clear?
Yeah.
Now I want to make it dynamic. So what I do is first I create a sheet where I have unique values. Okay. Then I'm selecting this particular range. When I select a range, after I select a range, I can call each value inside that as a variable. So I'm calling each value inside this as a variable. That variable is DPT cell. You can give any name, D cell, ABC, LMN, XYZ. It won't make any difference. So the first DPT cell will be admin. Second DPT cell is CCD. Third DPT cell is finance. Now I want to make this variable. So what I'll do is, after I select the range, I'm telling for each cell in, for each DPT cell in selection, you do all this process. Only thing, I should replace this admin with DPT cell. So first DPT cell will be admin, second DPT cell will be CCD, third DPT cell will be finance, like that. So it will go on in the loop. Clear?
Yep. Yeah.
Always run it once by using F8. Then if you're not getting any error, you can directly run the program. Here also you can make that screen updating false. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. Working fine, everyone?
Sir, give 1 minute, please. Yeah, fine from my side.
What about others? Sujata, Rekha, Sindhu, Abhishek?
No issues. Good.
Pardon? Now, if I run this particular macro again, it is going to give an error. Okay. It is saying that name is already taken. Okay. Try a different name. So you can't have two sheets with the same name. Now, let us see how this can be addressed. So for that, we'll write a program here. That is a data consolidation. What the program should do is, it should take data from multiple sheets and consolidate and put it in a new sheet. Okay. We'll see how to do that. Till now, it is fine with everyone. Any doubts, any difficulties here?
No.
Sujata, working fine?
Yeah, I'm facing one error.
Mm-hmm.
When I run it, compile error, ambiguous name detected.
Yeah, you can't. Even the subroutine name should be unique. You must be having one subroutine which is, you must be having two subroutines with the same name. Just check. I think when you copied that VLOOKUP or that
Yes.
yeah, VLOOKUP.
That's
When you copied it, it might be having the same name. Just change that name. It should work fine.
Okay. Shall I make it as VLOOKUP 1 or?
VLOOKUP 1, VLOOKUP for specific data, something like that. Just give a different name, that's all.
I'll share my screen. Still it is end or debug?
Wait.
Are you able to see my screen?
No. Yeah, I'm able to see your screen. Click on debug.
Okay.
So it is saying sheets temp data dot select.
Yes.
Can you go back to your Excel sheet? Do you have a space or something in that name? Where is temp data? I think temp data. Where is your temp data sheet?
Temp data sheet I didn't create. Okay.
So you are trying to select a sheet which is not there.
Okay.
Temp space data, because in that code you have given it a space. F8. Okay,
sorry. Okay, here I haven't given that.
Correct.
Okay, then, okay, I don't want to waste everyone's time.
No, that's okay. Any other error you are getting?
because somewhere I have lost. What should I do here now? From main data, I have to bring this
Correct.
import, right?
Just copy some random employee codes. Okay, copy it and paste it on that temp data. Go to temp data, paste it on the. Now see, it has automatically come. See.
Next one. What are all the names?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. I lost.
No, you are getting the values, no? You go to temp
Yeah.
data, you are getting the values.
Yes.
Only thing is that because you have filtered on the admin, all the employee codes are of the admin department. That's all.
Okay then. Okay then. Okay, thank you, sir. After recording, I'll get fixed this.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay, so now what you do is insert 3 sheets, Shift F11. You can select any sheet, insert 3 sheets, name them as Jan, Feb, and March. Insert 3 blank sheets, rename them as Jan, Feb, March. Select the Jan sheet, press Shift, click on the Feb and March. Select the Jan sheet, press Shift, click on Feb and March. So what this will do is it will group the sheets. So if you look at the top on your title bar, you will see something called as group. So when you select multiple sheets, it will create a group. So this is a group of 3 sheets, Jan, Feb, March. If the sheets are consecutive, then you can press Shift and select the sheets. If they are on different locations, you can press Control. Okay, Control and just click on the sheet, even that will be grouped. Now the advantage here is that if I make any changes in Jan, that is going to be replicated in Feb and March also. Okay. So after I select it in Jan sheet, I'll type products and you'll have some sales. Product will be A, B, C, D. And you can type any sales values. Just type some product and some sales. Now to remove the selection, now right now it is grouped. To remove the grouping, just click on any single sheet and the grouping will be removed. Just click on any other single sheet and the grouping will be removed. Now, if you look at Jan, it has this data. Now, if I go to Feb, the same data will be there. Even in March, it has the same data. Now we'll make some changes in the Feb data so that when we copy and paste it, we know that it is coming from the Feb month. So make some changes only in the Feb sheet. So in Jan, I have these values. In Feb, different values. Again in March, same values. Now we are going to write a program which will consolidate the data from Jan, Feb and March. Okay, first I'll show it manually how the data should come. What the program should do is it should automatically insert a blank sheet. And in the blank sheet, we should copy this data. When it is copying the data from Jan, even the header should be included. So copy this and paste it here. Okay, total sales. Then it should go to Feb. In Feb, it should take only the data excluding the header, because we have already copied and pasted the header in for Jan. So this should copy this, and this should be pasted below the Feb data. Sorry, below the Jan data. And then we should go to March. Again, select only the actual data and paste it below the Feb data. And finally, we need the total also. Total of all this. Okay, this is the program objective. Okay. And here you will see how to take care of the error which will come if you have two sheets with the same name. That is called as the error handling. We'll write this in a new module. So go to the Visual Basic Editor, insert module. We'll name it as data underscore consolidation. And the subroutine name, you can give any name. Now, how will you add a sheet? First, I need to add a sheet. Sheets.add. We'll rename it active sheet dot name equals total sales. Okay, this is the name of the sheet. Now we need to go to the Jan sheet. So sheets Jan dot select. Now in Jan, I need to select the data from A1. Now one method is you can always hard code it. So if I drag the mouse like this, it is going to hard code the range as A1 to B6. But tomorrow it might happen that you have more data. In that case, if you are dragging it or recording it, you need to go to that Visual Basic Editor and change the range every time. So ensure that I wanted to select it dynamically. Now suppose my cell is here in A1, and if I want to select the whole data, what I normally do is I press Ctrl Shift, down arrow, right arrow. The same thing, if you want to do it using the macro, what you do is first to select the starting cell. So starting cell will be A1. Then I'll say range active cell dot active cell dot end Excel down dot select. So what this will do is it will select A1, then Control Shift down arrow. So active cell to active cell and Excel down is like pressing Control Shift down arrow. But in this case, I want to go to the right also. So a slight variation to this statement will be range active cell dot end Excel down, comma, active cell dot end Excel to right dot select. The range statement, it takes only 2 arguments. Okay. So this particular statement, it is like pressing Control Shift down arrow, right arrow. This one method. Or you are doing it in a single statement, both the steps. Or like we saw earlier in that department of recording, even this will work. Okay, both are same. Only thing is that they are using selection statement here, but otherwise both the statement will do the same thing. You can also write selection comma selection dot end Excel down, then selection comma selection dot end Excel to right. Even that will work. So first I'll select this. Then I can write selection dot copy, or directly I can write instead of dot select, I can write copy also. Okay, so that will select as well as copy it. So here in our program, I'll select the cell range A1 dot select. So A1 is the active cell. Then to select the range, I'll write active cell dot end Excel down. That is Control Shift down, comma, active cell dot end Excel to right. Okay, dot select. So one method is I can write dot select, then I need to write again selection dot copy. Instead of that, here itself, I'll write dot copy. So this will select as well as copy it. So once I copy it, I need to paste it in our sheet called as total sales. So sheets total sales dot select, and then how do you paste it? Active sheet dot paste. When you paste it, it will be always active sheet dot paste. Now this is going to paste the date of Jan into total sales, right? But see what happens when you paste it. Let us say this is total sales. I'll select this, Control C, go to total sales and paste it. So when you paste it, you will see that the selection is still this particular range, and the active cell here is A1. Now, if I go to Fab, select this data, Control C, go back to total sales, and if I directly paste it, see what happens. It is overwriting the data that was Jan. So what should happen is it should come here and then paste the Feb data. So right now this is my selection. How will I come to this particular cell? That is A7.
Go to
Yes.
last row, then come back.
Perfect. Very good. So like we have done it for that program that we wrote, the data entries. What you do is you go to the end. Okay. Then come up, then come one row down. Okay. So go to the end, you write range A 10 lakh 48 576. Now you don't have to remember this. If you are sure that your data is not going to go beyond, let us say 50,000, you can also write A 50,000 dot select. Okay. So this will select the last cell. Then I need to come up. So I can write active cell dot end Excel up dot select. Then active cell dot offset 1, 0. Okay. Now first I'll run this step by step. Let us see if it works. I'll remove this sheet first. F8. Now this should add a sheet. Rename the sheet as total sales. Then you go to Jan. Select the range. Now you can see that it has applied the dotted line. That means it has copied it. Then go to total sales, paste it. Then go down, come up, then come one row down. Okay. So next time I paste the Feb data, my active cell is going to be A7. Fine. Now you need not write the same statements or type the same statements again. For Feb data, the only change will be you are selecting the data from A2. Otherwise, all the statements are going to remain same. So I can also copy paste it and just change the range. Now you need to do this 3 times because we want to for Jan, Feb and March. Now, if you have a workbook which has 12 months data, then you don't have to write the program 12 times. What you can do is you can create one more sheet called as months or something like that, where you have the month names and you can take the reference from there. Now, in this case, we are doing it 3 times because we have other sheets also in between. So we need to do the same process 3 times. You can also write for I equal to 1, 2, 3, even that will work. So this is for Jan. And I'll copy and paste it. Control C. This will be for Feb. And the only difference will be name of the sheet will be Feb. The range will be A2. All other things will be same. And for March, just copy paste this. And this will be March. Okay. I'll just run it once. And then I'll copy and paste it in the chat. Now, if I run this is going to give an error. F8. Because you already have a sheet called as total sales. So we'll also see how this can be overcome. F8. It has gone to Jan. Okay, F8. Pasted it. Then it has gone to Feb. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. First, so run this, everyone. Then we'll see how this error can be handled. Once done, just tell me. Working fine, everyone?
The error window is coming.
Pardon?
Like error will come no for the debug window.
That will come.
That will.
Because you already have a sheet called as total sales.
Okay.
Now let us see how that can be overcome. First, to understand the logic, then you make the changes to the program. Okay. Now, there can be two scenarios. One scenario is that the total sheet, the sheet called as total sales, it is not there. Okay. So if it is not there, only then it should be created. If the total sales sheet is not there, only then it should be created. The second scenario is that you already have a sheet called as total sales. If you already have a sheet called as total sales, then the previous data should be erased and the new data should be pasted on that particular sheet. Okay, so let us see both the situations. The first situation is that the sheet called as total sales is not there. Okay. So I'll go to my code and in the start, after that name of the subroutine, what I'll write is I'll write on error. On error, go to say ERR handle. Now this ERR handle, it is a variable. Instead of ERR handle, you can also write ABC, LMN, XYZ. It won't make any difference. But like I told you earlier, while defining the variables, always give meaningful names. So tomorrow, suppose you are coming back to the program and reading this, you should know what is happening here. So when I'm telling Excel that, or Visual Basic that, whenever an error is generated, instead of displaying the error message, go to a program called as ERR handle. Okay. Then what I'll do is I remove these statements from here and above the end sub. Okay, before the end sub, I'll write ERR, the same name. So what we are telling Excel is that when an error is generated, instead of displaying the error message, you go to this particular program called as ERR handle. And here I will write sheets.add active sheet.name equal to total sales. And I'll say resume next. The resume next statement will go to the next statement after which the error was generated. Okay. Now look at the logic here. After I write on error go to ERR handle, I'll directly write the statement sheets total sales dot select. Okay. Now the first scenario is you don't have a sheet called as total sales. Just watch on the screen. I'll run it step by step. F8. Here I'm saying on error. That means whenever error is generated, go to the program called as ERR handle. Again F8. Now this particular statement will generate an error because I'm selecting a sheet which is not there. Okay, so sheets total sales dot select, it is going to generate error. But I've told Excel that when an error is generated, don't display the error, go to a program called as ERR handle. Now when I press F8, it will go to this program called as ERR handle. Here I'm telling that add a sheet, then rename the sheet as total sales. And when I say resume next, it is going to the statement after which the error was generated. So you'll see it has gone to this Jan sheet, then it will do all the process. Okay. Let us see the second scenario. The second scenario is there is already a sheet called as total sales. If there is already a sheet called as total sales, what will this particular statement do? If the sheet is already there, this particular statement will just select the sheet, right? So F8, it will select the sheet and then again copy and paste it. But see what is happening here. It is copying and pasting below the previous data. So what should happen is the previous data should be removed. If there is a data in that, that should be removed. So how will you remove all the data? You use the command cells.clear. This will remove all the data. Now when the data is cleared, the cell portion is this A33 because it had copied the data again. Okay. So I want to make sure that once the data is cleared, it is again in the cell A1. So A1 dot select. Now this should work for both the situations. Again, I will delete this. Now F8. Now this is going to generate an error. Okay, F8. Fine. Now let us see the second situation where the data is already there. The sheet is already there. Again F8. Now this will clear all the data. Then I'm going to, but you will see that the cell is in A17. Okay. So F8 again. It has gone to A1. Again, you do all the analysis. But you'll notice that once all the data is copied, it is again going to that ERR handle. So again, this will generate error because your program will always follow the top to down approach, right? But once the entire data has been copied and pasted, there is no need to go to that program called as ERR handle. You should go to the ERR handle only if there is an error, right? So what I can do is I can force the program to come out. Once all the process is done, I can force the program to come out. So how will I come out? I will write below that ERR handle exit sub. Okay. So this will force the program to exit. You should go to that ERR handle only if there is an error. Otherwise, there is no need to jump to that particular program. Now this should work any number of times without giving any error. Okay. So I'll just run it and you can see that it will not generate any error. Okay. You can just make these changes. Is this clear, everyone? How we handle that error?
After pasting data from Feb month, we need to get from exit sub. Is that the way? Or first
after March?
right?
After March.
After March.
After March. So this is the exit sub. If you put after Feb, then it will not copy the March data. I'll copy and paste it. Now this is the entire. Okay, I'll do one thing. Now we need to get that total also. Once we get the total, then I'll copy the entire program on the chat. See, what you can do is, you will see that now when we have written some couple of programs, right? But you will see that in those all these programs, some statements are very common, right? So what you can do is, write those statements only once, right? Like range a1 dot select, then active cell dot and excel down, and excel to right. You write these statements, say in a notepad, all these common statements. And whenever you write a program, just copy and paste it. No need to type it again and again. These are the most commonly used statements. So you can create a copy of that and just copy and paste. Only thing is that the logic should be very clear. Once the logic is clear, you just need to convert that into programming statements.
Can we apply loop over here for?
Yeah, you can apply a loop provided you have a 12 months data in the same sheet. Then, like we did it for departments, what you do is you create one more sheet called as say months. Okay. Say months, and here you write Jan, and then just drag it up to say December. And then you can select this data and you can put it in a loop. You can call each cell as month cell and then select that particular sheet and then do the same process. Here we are doing it 3 times because there are other sheets also in between. So we are doing it 3 times. If you have only the months data, you can put it in a loop also.
So if it is month's name, we can create like this. If it is like some other sheet names like something else, then we have
in that
to.
case, in that case, what you can do is again like we did it earlier. We got the sheet names, right? So what you can do is maybe you want the total in the first sheet or maybe in the last sheet. So you insert one sheet either in the beginning or in the end, and then you can put it in a loop. You can say for I equal to 1 to sheets dot count, do all the process. Even that can be done. So in that case, you don't have to create a separate sheet also.
Okay. If it is in the same sheet, if it is in a workbook, for this is for the same sheet. In a folder, if I have the same sort of file for different dates, different files, then also we need to consolidate. We have a situation like that.
Then in that case, you can also go inside that folder and then read all the files one by one till the end of the folder, and then you can consolidate it. Even that can be done. But if you want an example of that, I can show it in the next our lecture because I need to create a sample study for that. So if you are interested, I can show that also.
Okay then, sir. So do we use connect? Is that connect statement is for that?
No, connect statement is not there. We change the path. So this is in a different folder, in a different drive. That might be in a different folder, different drive. So we need to go to that particular path. You need to capture that path and then go inside that folder, read the number of files that is inside that folder and copy and paste all the files one by one. Okay. If you are interested, I can show that also.
Okay, please, sir. I need it.
Okay, fine. Yeah. I'll just write it.
Yeah, that will
so
be
this, so that will what will do is that will go to that particular folder. You can also browse for that folder. So I'll just write it down so that I can remember it.
And sir, also show us like, kind of like suppose in this multiple tabs, we extract 3 tabs from here and save file as save as something like that along with that.
Okay. Something like, let us say, if I run the macro, it should create we can take the same example, department-wise sheets, and that should be stored in a different folder, something like that. Or region-wise sheets in a separate folder. That is what you want?
Yeah, those tabs, specific tabs can be extracted and file should be kind of saved as into different folders, something like that.
Yeah, even that can be done. Or we can extract the data from here, save it in a new workbook, and then you save it in a different folder. Even that can be done. Or if you want to extract the data from here, even that can be done. So I think that is better. You when you run the macro, you filter the data from here, copy and paste it in a new workbook, and you save that workbook in a different folder.
Yeah, that will work.
Okay. Okay. So I will write down that also. So one is data consolidation from multiple files in a folder. Okay. Then fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it will be kind of the row number 31 file save as, right? It will not basically
It is
change
saved.
the main data.
No, it won't. It won't.
Yeah. Okay.
It will extract the data from there and copy it in a different worksheet in a different folder.
Yeah.
But the original data will remain as it is.
Yeah.
We are not moving it. We are only copying and pasting it.
And one more thing, sir. In an interview, I've been asked that what is the object for the data consolidation, and I didn't reply that, and they themselves answered that a FSO is the object. And so far, we haven't seen the.
Correct. So this particular query, that is data consolidation for multiple files, in that we'll be using that FSO.
Okay, objects are we yet to see or?
Okay, fine. Good that you asked. Fine. See here. Visual Basic program. Okay, VB. It is called as a object-oriented programming language. Okay, Visual Basic. It is called as a object-oriented programming language. Or it is simply called as OOP. Now this means what? Everything in Visual Basic is considered as an object. For example, the Excel application, that itself is an object. Then you have worksheet, that is object. So object means just a particular thing. For example, a pen can be object. Your mobile phone, your smartphone, that can be object. Your laptop, that can be object. Okay. Now, every object has something called as methods and properties. For example, if I take a smartphone, that is object. Now, the method can be that you have a switch button, you have a switch off button, you have, let us say, some apps. So the place of the switch button might be different in different smartphones. On some smartphones, it might be on the left hand side. On some, it will be on the right hand side. Then you have one more button for increasing the volume. Okay, so all these are objects. Now the action of switching it on or switching it off, that is the action. But the properties will be the color of the mobile phone. The color of the mobile phone can be black, it can be red, it can be gray, blue, whatever. So that is a property. So every object in Visual Basic has a method and a property. If you take into consideration the Visual Basic in Excel. So in the Excel, as far as Excel is concerned, in Excel, the application itself, it is an object. It is in a hierarchy. So these are the Excel objects. So we have Excel application, then we have workbooks, then you have worksheets, then you have ranges. All these are objects. Then you have cells. Okay. Each of these objects. So these are the objects of Excel. Likewise, you also have objects of Word. You have objects in PowerPoint. So if you are writing a Word macro, then the objects for Word will be different. Now for a Word, the objects can be the Word application itself. Then in Word, it will be, say, documents. Then you have pages. In pages, you have tables. Then you have shapes. Okay, these are the, in tables further you have cells, right? So these are the objects of Word. So if you look at PowerPoint, in PowerPoint, it will be presentations, then slides, then shapes, even there tables, graphs, these are all objects. Now, you can have thousands of objects in these applications. And all these objects can have methods and properties. Methods are nothing but actions. You have actions and you have properties. Actions are also called as methods. For example, when you add a sheet, sheets are objects. When you add a sheet, you are doing a physical action on the object. You are adding an object, you are deleting an object, right? So that is called as a method or action. But if you say properties, then if you are taking the count, sheets.count, that is a property. If you change the color of the tab, that is a property. So every object can have many methods, many properties. Now when I type, even active cell, that is object. So when I type active cell, active cell dot. So when what you see in this drop down, these are all the methods and properties of active cell. Okay. Now it is not possible for me to remember all the methods and properties for a object. So we have a easy way here. What you do is when you're in the Visual Basic Editor, you press F2, the function key F2. The moment you press F2, you will get a interface like this. This is called as the object browser. Okay. Now suppose I want to see what is the syntax or what are the actions and methods and properties of the sheet object. What I'll do is in this field, I'll just write sheets and press enter. So this will display all the areas where the sheets are used. Now suppose I go here, I will select the object called as sheets. And when I select sheets, okay, this is the sheet object. You can see on the right hand side, you have all these different things. These are called as the methods. Now, how do you identify a method here? Anything that is displayed by that green symbol. Okay, you can see some green cube here. That is a method. So in this case, if you look at add, that is green in color. You have that green icon there. So you are adding a sheet. You are doing a action or a method. Anything with that hand symbol, that is called as a property. So if you look at count, sheets.count, that is a property. If I say sheets.printout. When you're printing it, you're doing a physical action. So that is a method or action. Then if you hide it or you unhide it, that is a property. Now, to learn about Visual Basic, the best method is, if you want to know what is the syntax for adding a sheet, one method is to come to this object browser, select that action, and you press F1. The moment you press F1, will automatically go to that Microsoft site where it will show you with examples what is the syntax. So if I want to add a sheet, it is just sheets.add. Okay, you don't have to write active workbook. But if you want to add a sheet in a specific sheet, specific before a specific sheet or a specific workbook, then you need to write active workbook.sheets. But if you are just going to add it in the current workbook, you can just write sheets.add. This is one method. So you can look at the syntax here. You can also look at the examples here. That is one method. Or you simply record it. Now suppose I want to find out what is the syntax for adding a sheet. What I'll do is I'll just go to my Excel sheet, start the recorder, and then I'll just add a sheet, Shift F11, and then stop the recording. And if you look at the code here, you see that the code for adding a sheet is just sheets.add. So using these two methods, you can learn a lot about Visual Basic. Okay. Just record it and see what are the statements thrown by it. Clear, everyone?
Yes, sir.
So this one is clear. The second one, what you saw, that getting linked to this Microsoft Excel.
You go to that Visual Basic editor. F2, press F2, so that object browser will be displayed. Now suppose I want to find out what is the syntax for printing. So select that and you press F1, the function key F1. You directly go to that Microsoft site and it says there is a syntax for that. Expression means object. So if I want to print a sheet, you just write active sheet dot printout and it will take the print of that particular sheet.
Okay.
And you also have, let us say I want to print from second row to, no, second sheet to 2 to 3. That means only that many rows will be printed. Page 2 to page 3. Yeah. Okay.
And that
I think
connect
the
statement is for what?
connect statement is if you are connecting to a different database. Suppose I want to pull the data from Access or maybe SQL Server. Then I need to use the connect statement for that.
Even from cloud like that.
But if you are going to use, if you want to extract the data from, let us say, a different site, then we need to have a HTML programming for that. Suppose I want some, let us say the data from stocks, some shares. If I want those data, then you need to write a HTML coding for that because everything in your say internet that is in a HTML. So we need to call HTML code into Visual Basic. Okay. But Access is a Microsoft application, so you can directly connect with that. Or SQL Server, or if you have Oracle, and if you want to pull the data from there and you want to load it in, say Excel sheet, then we need to connect to that particular database first and pull out the data from there.
So can we see an example like I have cloud, from cloud I need to connect the files and then I need to do the consolidations.
By
From
cloud, you mean
cloud.
what is the from cloud mean you mean from
Excel4
OneDrive?
cloud.
From Excel online or from OneDrive?
OneDrive.
Okay. Okay, I need to check that because your macros will not run in Excel online. Okay. So we need to pull the data from OneDrive into your Excel application that is on the desktop, and then you do your process on that. Okay. So I'll just check it because it is going to be more complicated. Fine. But I'm not committing on that. But let me just check it out first, whether it is possible or not. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have seen data consolidation. Now, once the data has been consolidated, I want the total of this. Okay. Now in Visual Basic, you know that there is no function for summation, right? But we have a function called as sum in Excel. So like we called Visual Basic, like we called VLOOKUP, we can also call the sum function. Or if you remember, we had called a function called as proper. Okay. So this way we can call the sum function also. Okay. Let us see how to do that. Now, today my range is this much. That means I need to total this many values. Tomorrow it might happen that I have values, say up to here, or I might have values till here. So the range is going to be dynamic. Like we can define different variables like string variables, then numerical variables, date variables. We can also define a range also. So today my range is this much. Tomorrow my range might be this much. So I can also define a range because even the range can be a variable. Now, how do you define a range? Just like use a dim statement. In the start, ideally, the variable should be defined in the beginning. So I'll write dim RNG. RNG is a variable name as range. That means what? This is a variable which has the variable as range. Range is the object. So different ranges means you can define it as a variable. Even the selection can be a variable. Now this RNG, I want to sum the value that is in the RNG. So what I'll do is, once I have consolidated all the values, I will go to, where is my values? It is in B2. It starts from B2. So B2 dot select. Okay. Now RNG is a range variable. So we need to put a value. We need to give a value for that. Like when I define a variable dim emp name as string, we are writing it emp name equals input box, right? Enter your name. Likewise, we need to give a value for this range. What will this range consist of? We need to give a value for that. When you write the statement dim RNG as range in the memory area, it will create one space. Okay. For example, let us say this is the memory area. So when I say dim RNG as range, it is going to create some memory area like this. Okay. So this will be called as RNG. Now, you're not specifying the value inside that. You are just defined a range. You are just defined a space, but you are not specified what that particular RNG should consist of. So what do? You write set RNG equals range from active cell to the end, that is active cell dot end Excel down. Okay, so if this is my, if my active cell is here, Control Shift down, this will be RNG. So this particular whole range will be RNG. Tomorrow, suppose my data is only up to this, then now my RNG will be only this much. Okay, so we need to specify value. So this RNG, this space will consist of all the values, that is from here to here. Fine. Now this particular values that is in the RNG, they should be added. So how will you add it? You define one more variable, total sales equals application dot worksheet function. Using the worksheet function, we can call any Excel function into Visual Basic. So sum and sum what? Sum RNG. So what this will do is, it will select the range like this. So this is your RNG and this will be summed up. And that sum will be stored in a variable called as total sales. Now, if I want to put this value in the Excel sheet, I can do it, or I can also display it in a message box. So I'll say message box, the total sales is total sales. Okay. Now, if I run it, it should consolidate as well as give me the total of the sales. It says the total is 1033. How will you cross check it? Just select it and see the value here. 1033. Just make these changes. Define a variable called as RNG. It can be anything, RNG, ABC, LMN. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. This is a complete program.
So Amardev, I have one question here.
Hmm.
So here we have dim RNG as range, right?
Hmm.
So is it compulsory to dim it or Excel decide
No,
itself?
in this case, RNG is the object, so we need to define it explicitly. Otherwise, it is going to give error. You have some standard data types, but range is not a data type. It is an object. So we need to define it explicitly.
Achha.
You don't have
This is
something
not
called as
applicable for variable. We can, if we are not dimming it or not defining it, it is okay.
it is
But when
okay.
it comes to object, we have to define it.
You have to define it. Correct.
Thank you.
This much is clear, everyone? Now what is remaining is cross-application macros. Cross-application macros means from Excel, suppose I want to control some other application like Word, PowerPoint, or Outlook, then that is called as a cross-application macros. When you record a macro, the recording happens only for the current application. That is, if you are recording a macro in Excel, you can record only those actions that you do in Excel. Suppose I record a macro, and if I go to some other application, if I open an application like PowerPoint or Word or Outlook, that will not get recorded. The recording happens only in the active application. You can record a macro in Word, you can record a macro in Outlook, but you can't record a macro in PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, if you're going to write, if you're going to, you want a macro, you need to write it. There is no recording option. From 2007, they discontinued the option of recording in PowerPoint. But you can always have a coding in PowerPoint, as well as you can also control PowerPoint from Excel. For example, suppose you are creating a presentation of a data that is in Excel and you want the graphs in PowerPoint. So we can also write a macro for that. Now here what we'll do is we will write a macro in Excel which will send a mail through Outlook. Okay, let us see how to do that. So this is called as cross application macros. Now I told you earlier that Visual Basic is a object-oriented programming language. So like you have objects in Excel, you also have objects in PowerPoint, you have objects in Word, you have objects in Outlook. So before I write a program for Outlook, I need to call the objects of Outlook in Excel. So how do you do that? when you're in the Visual Basic Editor, you go to Tools. We'll write this in a new program, new module first. I will name it as mail macro. And the subroutine name will be sub send mail. Now, before we write a macro for sending a mail through Outlook, we need to have the objects of Outlook inside this. So for that, when you're in the Visual Basic Editor, you click on Tools, References. You need to click on Tools, References. Now here you can see that we have Microsoft Excel 16.0 object library. Now this number that you see here, that will be different for different versions. If you are seeing 2013, it will be say 14 points, I think 12.0. If you are seeing 2016, it will be 14.0, 15.0. So for Office 365, you are getting it as 16.0. Even for Office 2021, I think it is 16. So likewise, we also need to have objects of Outlook. So you should have something called as Microsoft Outlook 16.0 object library. So what you do is, when you're in this references window, you just type M. By the moment you type M, it will go to all the objects starting with M. Then you just scroll down and you select Microsoft Outlook 16.0 object library. That should be ticked. So here you can see Microsoft Outlook 16.0 object library. You need to tick it. Now you can call the objects of Outlook in Excel, or else it is going to give an error. It might be a different version number in your case. Once I checked it, we need some variables first. I'll say dim. Our type is a variable as Outlook.application. We are calling the entire application in a variable. Like we defined dim range, RNG as range. Outlook is a application is object. So we are defining a variable called as outType, whose type is Outlook application. Now we need a mail, because in Outlook, you know that we have a mail object, we have calendars, tasks, contacts. So what I need is a mail. So I'll write outmail as Outlook dot mail item. Okay. Even mail item is an object. Now, when you're defining your object as a variable, we need to give some values to that. So how will you give the value? Use the set statement. Set outType equals Outlook dot application. Now you are giving a value in that particular space. Likewise, set outmail equals. Now I want the outmail, that is the mail, it should be associated with this outType. Okay, so I'll write set outmail equal to outType dot create item, and the create item will be Outlook mail item. You don't have to remember this. You just write outType dot C. It will automatically go to all the methods starting with C. Then you select create item, and in the bracket, even when you open the bracket, that drop down will automatically come. Create item, open the bracket, all these objects will automatically come. So select, we want a mail, so OL mail item means Outlook mail item. Now this will call the Outlook application into Excel. Now, if I want to send it to a particular person, I can write outmail dot to, that is to, and I can write equals, say, abc @ say yahoo.com. Okay. Now this outmail is going to remain constant. Now suppose I want to write a subject. Again, I need to write outmail dot subject, then write the subject. So this outmail word that is going to remain common. So instead of writing outmail again and again, what I can do is I can use a structure called as with outmail. So when you write a with, you don't have to write that outmail word again and again. I can directly write dot to. Okay. So this will be ABC. I'm just giving a dummy email address here, or it will go to the actual mail. Then you can also give a CC also if you want. Then I want the subject. Subject, let us say MIS report dot body. Now after this, dear sir, I want the next statement to come on the next line. So normally what we do is you press enter to go to the next line. The same thing, if you want to do it in program, you have a code called, yeah, statement called as, or a word called as VBCRLF. Okay, this means line feed. Insert a line. This is a reserved word, your program syntax, you can say, of Visual Basic. Then please so this please find the attached report will come on the next line. Okay. Now I can again continue here. I can again say VBCRLF, then again and then again continue like this. Regards. Okay, this is absolutely fine. But see here, the statement has become a very lengthy statement, right? So if I want to make any changes in this particular statement, I need to go to the end and do the changes. Other method is you can break a lengthy programming statement into multiple lines. So how will you break a programming statement? What you do is from where you want to break it, keep your cursor there, give a space and an underscore, then press enter. Now this entire line will be considered as a single programming statement. From wherever you want to break it, give a space and underscore. So this entire thing will be considered as a single statement. Okay, you can break it any number of times. Then again, I want to, let us say, break it. I'll say and VBCR LF. Likewise, we can also attach. If you want to do attachment, you can say attachments dot add. So you need to specify the entire path. I'll take a dummy file here. Okay. Before you send it, suppose you want to preview it, you can also say dot display, and then you can send it dot send. Whenever you have a with, you should have a end with. Okay, I'll just run it step by step. Now, if you can see my screen here on the taskbar, you can see Outlook has been opened. Okay. Right. You can see when I say display, it is displaying that mail. Then again, if I send it now, it should have gone. Now there is no mail address as abc@yahoo.com. But if I look at that send items, I should see it does send a mail. Here you can see. I think there might be some mail address like ABC because it has not given me any error. Okay. What you can do is you can, instead of this in the two, you can give your own mail address and check whether it is coming to your inbox. Working fine, everyone?
Why I'm not able to paste on this?
Pardon? Hello?
Sujata here, sir. I'm not able to paste on this.
So
From chat, I had copied this. See.
You are not able to select it?
Yeah, I selected and I copied it. When I paste option
This
is not.
happened with me as well. Yeah, couple of times.
Okay.
I did it number of times. Still, it is not coming.
I will do one thing. I will paste all the statements in a notepad and mail the notepad to you, or I'll mail the notepad to Prabhas and he will send it across to you.
But so far it is.
Okay.
I've been able to do this copy pasting. Only for this is this mail maker item only I am unable to do this. What could have went wrong? Ideally, it should.
Ideally should do it.
So nothing has been changed. Nothing has been pressed.
If you want, I can paste it once again. You want to check it once again?
Yeah, I'll come out of this, and again I'll see the thing. You are able to see my screen, right, sir? Are you able to see my screen?
No, I am not. Just a minute. No, it is not visible.
I'll share. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah, now it is.
Yeah. I'm copying it.
1 minute. Now I can see it.
And this is
Now it has pasted. Now it has pasted. Okay. Maybe when you are, sometimes what happens is you copy it, but when you switch to your different, say, screen, sometimes the selection might go away. Okay. And you can change that path also, the path of the attachments, because that will give error. Or you can, for temporarily, you can also comment it.
Okay.
Working fine, everyone? So we have seen cross application macros. Next week, we'll start with the queries first, then we'll see user forms. Now, if you are doing the queries, you will not have the time for the assignment. Let us see how much we cover, how much time this takes. Okay. Now, the assignment that I'm planning to give you. If I click on this trial balance, it should display a form like this. And I can give an entry here. And if I click on submit, it should automatically be added in the sheet called as my TB, that is my trial balance. So you can see it has been added here. Okay. After that, if I click on this P&L account, automatically it should generate a P&L account for me. Likewise, if I click on balance sheet, automatically generate a balance sheet. Likewise, if I click on mail as PDF, it should mail it. That we are just seen how that can be done through Outlook. And if I click on exit, it should come out of the program. Okay, there's the assignment that you are going to do. Means you need to do it once we cover the user forms and all that stuff. Okay. So till now, how do you find the training? Are you learning new things? Do you think this can be applied in your daily work? Do you think your task can be automated?
Yes, sir. I'm finding it is useful, but the thing is, in a daily task, if you're, I need to need the filtering and copy paste fold in a new workbook. This and removing duplicates. Some records have to be filtered and deleted. Such sort of things. For each and every day, I need to do this. But each and every day that the file name will from the extract dump we are extracting the dump. In the dump we are doing the things and we will be renaming this.
Okay.
I know you the chunks of this macros now. How to filter, how to these things take count, and how to remove duplicates like and all.
Right.
As a whole, if I want to do it in a single for that file for every day, I need to click on a button. This whole things has to be done.
Okay.
For that.
So what I advise you is you are doing all this stuff manually right now, right?
Yes.
So you do it manually first, write down the steps. So first you import the data. Let us say it is in a CSV format. So you are importing the data. So first step is importing the data in an Excel sheet, right? Then you are removing the blanks, then the blank columns, blank rows. So that is the next step. So write it down. Then maybe you are filtering it. So filtering is the third step. Then you're copying it, pasting it here in a new sheet. So all these steps, you write it. First, you perform it manually, right? Once you perform it manually and it is working fine, you do the same thing recording. And in recording, you just remove the unnecessary steps. For example, when you record it, you don't have a control over the program. Okay. Now, for example, let us say I want to change the orientation of, let us say, the page. Okay, right now the page is in portrait mode. I want to change it the orientation to landscape mode. So instead of writing the code for that, let us say I'm going to record it. So I'll select here, come to the record tab, say page layout. Then click on OK. Now I'll go to page layout, orientation. I'll make it landscape. And then I'm going to stop the recording. Now see, I did only one step. I went to page layout and change the orientation. But if you look at the code, you will see that it has thrown these many statements.
Yeah,
okay.
This is where
For
the
example,
problem is.
application, correct. So here you need to know what are the statements that you require and what are the statements you don't require. So in this case, even if I select all this and delete it, it is not going to make any difference because the only statement that I need is where you can see the orientation. If I this is the only statement that I need. All the other statements you can safely remove it. But when you're removing it, you should make sure that, let us say, for example, suppose I remove it and I have removed only this much, that dot remains. So it is going to give error. So that is where you need the knowledge of Visual Basic. Okay. Nobody today in today's time, nobody writes the program, types the program. If you want any, say, let us say task to be done, you can always Google it, copy that statement, copy that program, and you can paste it in your, say, Visual Basic editor.
Voice is breaking.
Only thing is that
Your voice
you
is
should
breaking.
be able to
Yeah, voice is not coming
customize it.
clearly.
Okay. And okay. Hello. Okay. Hello. Now it is clear.
Now it is clear.
So what I'm telling is that you record all the steps and you run the steps and remove those statements which you think is not needed. Because if you are not done a particular step and if that is getting recorded in that particular program, you don't need it. So you return only those steps that are important and remove the other. So for that you need a knowledge of Visual Basic. Okay. And one more thing is that start with a small program. For example, let us say just importing the data from a CSV file into Excel. Just see whether it is working fine. You make changes to that. Then go on adding the features into the same program. So over a time period, it will become a very large program which you can definitely control. So start with a small program, run it, debug it, check whether it is working fine. Then you go on adding features to that. Okay. In the beginning itself, don't start to write a big program. That can be very confusing. So start with a small program, automate it, see whether it is working fine. Then you go on adding features to that. Okay.
Okay, sir. I was about to ask this. No one is writing program now. Nowadays, everyone is copy pasting.
Right. Because we have many sites.
But we need to practice that also because that is what working. That can we?
And once you write a couple of programs, it will automatically come to you. You know that, okay, I need to go to A1. So range A1 dot select. Then I need to select it. So range active cell dot and Excel down. That will automatically come. The first couple of times it will be a little bit difficult to remember because this is a new concept that you are learning.